All right. Welcome back to Downscore Traders Hub. As usual, it is Dan here and ready to take us through the session today, where we are looking at these charts together, and of course, make money also. So, it's been yesterday has been one of those days that are very, very slow. We looked at it, and of course, I believe some people may be saying, why doesn't we receive some signals? Sometimes, if I don't get an entry, even though the price goes to where I anticipate it to go, but I don't get an entry, one that I know I can enter in, I don't make an entry. If I don't get an entry, that means I don't share it. Yeah, so that's how my trading is. So it's not always that you must enter the trades, even though they get to the level where you anticipated. It's not a must to enter. If you don't get a clear entry opportunity that you have in the books that you always follow, you have no reason to risk. Market is there to stay. You can always get another trade. So yeah, that's what normally happens. Sometimes it can go as how we planned it here, and of course then we fail to get an entry, like a proper entry to give you, or the entry happens when you are off charts and you miss it. Yeah, it happens. So that has been happening this whole week because the markets were slow. We didn't get any good live signals that we could engage into a lot. And yeah, today is Friday. We are ending the week, and yeah, I may not say we made a lot of money this week. Yeah, we didn't due to the market. Even yesterday, the market was even the worst. Yesterday it was the worst day ever since this week began. Yesterday was the worst. I didn't yeah, I've never seen it before. Yeah, it was the worst day. Yes, I did not make a lot of losses, but the markets themselves were so slow, very slow, as we are going to look today. So anyways, let's get into it. Let's pray and start today's session. Father, we give you praise. Thank you that today is yet another day. Friday is our last day. It's our last day that we trade here, we analyze together. And as we get into today's session, Father, may you give us your blessing. Let your blessing prevail over us as we even look for the signals to take advantage of and make money today. May you be the one to take the lead. May you be the one to show us where to anticipate entry, where to anticipate our exit. Let your Holy Spirit guide us through for all that we do right now. We give you praise, Lord, for the profits we are making today. We say thank you even for the profits we made yesterday, and for the losses we still give you praise. We know that you help us to recover all the losses that we make. We know you are able. So we say thank you, Lord. And even as we start to trade today, be part of us. Let your blessing be over us. We give you praise. We love you. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen. All right. I can see, Royce, you're saying the monthly candle opening. I know it's a worst thing. I can tell you, yesterday was the worst day. I just never seen it before. Anyways, so let's get into it. As usual, we start with Crash 500. Yeah, you never know. Today may be a good day and we can make even money, and we can forget about yesterday that even it existed. So let's look at it. Let's look into it and we make this money. All right. So of course, as usual, we start with Crash 500. As usual, we start with Crash 500. So Crash 500 was one of those worst assets that happened. Yeah, I missed an entry right here. Yesterday, this was the analysis. If you missed yesterday's analysis, you can of course go back and check if you want to have a proof of what we analyzed. Don't say that I show you things that have already happened and then I come here to do what? To take credit of the moves that already happened. No, we anticipated this move before it happened, and we had our entries. We were supposed to enter from there. That's where we had our entries, but this is where the entry was. It decided to react on this other what was it? Was it a fair value gap? Yes, on that fair value gap right there. So it means this we can delete it. This is where market decided to react from, and that's where we were supposed to have our entry, but we could not have our entry. Reason being, this was taken to be like a higher high right there. If I look at 10-15, that would be like a higher. Yes, it will not be a higher high because we have a higher high here, but still you can see that was like a break of structure here right there, and this was like our higher low, you know. So this was a higher low, higher high. This was supposed to be a higher low and then higher high. So this is where we would have said this was like the change of character right here, not there but here. This would have been like the change of character, but after giving this to us, I wanted to have my entries right here. This is where I was supposed to get my entries from. So the first entry, let me see. So the first entry was here. It went into profits. Yeah, I entered here on this. It was some kind of a consolidation that was taking place right there. So I made an entry, and I think that's when I even told you guys to enter, if I'm not mistaken, or it was around here. I'm not sure. I don't remember when I told you guys to enter, but yeah, those of signals. So we made an entry. It went into profits, then again came back. No, I think this was the first entry. Yeah, this was the first entry. This is when I told you to make the entry right here. It went all up again, kept playing around throughout the night. It had given me money. I failed to close. I had gone to church, yeah, and then I came back. It had taken me out. I made another entry, and then look at that. It took me out as usual. Liquidity pool was about there, so it came above that, or that resistance took me out, and of course eventually it went into profits. So it reversed again late night, early morning. Today early morning, that was around, let's see, 2 a.m. yeah, 1 a.m. let's say 2, 3, 4, around 4 p.m. Around 4 a.m. that's when market started to get back into buys, but it was already in sale. It had given us all this money right there. So that's how tricky this market has been, and right now I just want to delete everything right here, everything right there. It kept on consolidating. After giving you the signal, it was already consolidating there, and took out that liquidity pool and immediately started to sell. Right there after taking me out. You can let's see, you can see that is where the stop loss was. And immediately took me out. So I know some guys keep on laughing at me because of the stop loss, me who keeps on using stop losses, but sometimes they protect me just in case of market structure changes. I will not lose more than I can afford to lose. Yeah, so right there market did that to us. So apparently we can all see that it has come back to that fair value gap. So that is, one may say, that is a resistance right there. That is a resistance level now. That is a resistance level. I can choose to delete this first. Go to H4. What is it? Is an order block. Yeah. I want to remind you that if it fails to come here, according to H4, price is above our 10 MA, so there is still momentum for it in the buys. But we wanted it to, before it goes up there, to go for this liquidity on this order block, to first come down. This is what we wanted right here, to grab that liquidity on that fair value gap. So that is what we were anticipating. Just a minute. All right, so what we know from here, sorry about that, what we know is we need this to come around here. That is where we see some liquidity. That is a liquidity. It was mitigated by this candle, but not that much, so we are still anticipate price to come to it to mitigate the liquidity left back there. So that's why our analysis was looking for mitigation on this fair value gap right here. Until then, right now, I wouldn't advise anyone to enter this asset. Yeah, from where it is, I wouldn't advise anyone to enter it. I wouldn't advise anyone to enter it. It is breaking out. It is breaking out right there. So the buys are slow, the sales are slow, so everything is a bit slow. So one may see that price is within that kind of range, or that kind of falling wedge. I wanted price to come here, but there's possibility of it not to come here. And actually there is a possibility for it to actually continue with the buys and take us all the way up there. Why? Because of this move right here, because of that move right there. Yeah, so price may still come all the way to look for this liquidity up there, probably up that order block. Yeah, so let's keep waiting, and so if it breaks out properly, probably we'll see that. But until then, this, for me, I wouldn't advise anyone to enter it. Yeah, I wouldn't advise anyone to enter it until we get some clear structure that we can rely on. Right now we can't rely on anything right here. It is very, oh man, it's not good. It's not good. So I would wait. That is on Crash 500. Let's now head over to Boom 1000. Let's look at Boom 1000. We may, if we can get one or two trades today that are good, they can actually give us recovery, and we'll be back on track properly, make some more money. So right on on this boom 1000, we clearly see that price has failed to go back. Yeah, this what we wanted, it did not happen, so we actually got a break of structure. We got a break of structure, but I want to see it on a daily time frame. Yep, daily time frame. That was a break of structure right here. Now we continued. So price is still going. Apparently, it seems to have reached. Oh no, it did not reach it. All right. So according to daily, we are still in sales, but we can't enter any sales. Why? Because we are on oversold level right there according to CCI. According to H4, we are already oversold and price is still playing around. It's not yet ready for any buys or any sales right here where we are. The current H4 candle, it's giving us some kind of wick, but you know how we do this. If we don't see any change of character on a higher time frame, we can't think of any sales or buys, so there's nothing we can do right here. So I would also call this a no-go for me. Even if I'm seeing a change of character on M15, I would still call this a no-go till I see a change of character on H1 or even H4 to be safe. So this is no any business for me to make any trade. So I can easily now delete all this and let it and wait for more clear structure for me. So I will leave this at M15 and head over to boom 500. So the markets are slow. You may see me not waste a lot of time on some assets that are not having a clear structure. Alright, so boom 500 reached our level. I wanted to enter this sell, but I couldn't get a clear entry. Look at the only retest we got was one candle of M15, and then it started to go back, to go into sales. Then we tested a bit again on M15. Was it on H1? Let's see. Yeah, one candle, another candle of H1 didn't even go up, so it was a bit weird for me to enter this kind of sell. But we already know that the general trend is buys or uptrend, and our anticipation was price to get into this fair value gap, grab the liquidity, and we start to enter buys. So as we speak, that has happened. It happened, and clearly one can even see something like that to be a change of character, having this as a support or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, from that level one may say that is a change of character. If I go to M15, it will be a bit more, and that's where price is. So according to H1, I can easily enter my buys here according to H1, but I want to verify it with H4. H4 price is still below our 10 MA, and that is a bad thing for buy entries. That is a bad thing for buy entries if price is still below our 10 MA on H4. So I want to do something like this. Okay, so something like that may actually tell me that price may still be going into sales. Yeah, price may still be going into sales. So for now, I'll just leave it. For now. I'll just leave it and let it to be until I get more clear structure that I can rely on. Right now, I can't rely on what I'm seeing for buys. So I will wait. I will give it more time until I get a clear, at least if H4 gets above a 10 MA, or if H1 actually gives me probably a signal on CCI, probably that can help me to actually look for some buys. But until then, I have no business with it now. Yeah, I can't say we enter here, we put our stop loss here. It may look for it. Why? Because of this kind of structure that I'm seeing. It may actually come to look for such a move right here, and it will be coming to this other fair value gap. It will be looking for this fair value gap down below, and that would be tricky to have taken all that money. So you rather wait than rush into anything. So for now, just leave this. This move happened, so I can easily delete it. Delete that. Let's wait for this one now. We need this one to push us all the way up, or this other one right here. So for now, this is a no-go for me. Go to V25S. V25S. So Vol25S, look at the momentum really. Anyways, it did what we wanted, and this is the one I was talking about that never gave us an entry. Yeah, we needed, I wanted, those who remember had said I had left my limit order around here. Let me see. Yeah, no, not there. Well, which one had I left my limit order? Oh, I think this. I don't even remember. It took me out right here, came back to that level, and then the buy started. We wanted buys yesterday, so I could not, it did not give me I couldn't make any entry right here because I had no retest. It retested here, which it was still too late for me. It was very near where you needed to actually get my profit from. So there was no chance of me entering. So it reached there, it started to consolidate, and then eventually that's when, I think this was late night when I made this, when it did broke that level, and now you can see it came to test that order block right there. So I can easily delete this, delete everything, just remove history, remove that, and now I can delete all that. So we have the order block right here. We have the order block right here. We have the order block right here, and the price reacted to it. That's where our entry was supposed to be. This happened when let's see, around 5 p.m. 5 a.m. in the morning, right here, 5 a.m. in the morning. That's when it reached, and we would have entered probably on this second kind of sales when price went below our 10 MA, and clearly the sale has been going on. It was a good sale until it came to, let's first delete that, we no longer need it, until it came to that support level right there, until it came to the support level right there. So apparently we are on that support, but if I go to H4, you clearly see the price hasn't reached our 10 MA. It hasn't reached our overbought level. So it means we may see another pullback, but I don't want to move with that. I want to use price action, and I will clearly show you that price actually went to that resistance, and apparently price is below our 10 MA, which is a good thing for the sales, but we need to see a breakout on that very support level where we are currently. So if we see the breakout, then we'll be ready for continuation of the sales. But until then, this is very likely to show us some retest, but retest to where? According to M15, we are oversold, meaning we anticipate buys, but buys to where? What point of interest did we leave back? Of course, we have that level, which is a resistance level right there. That is one. There's liquidity up there, of course. These guys know. But then the other thing is we have some fair value gaps left back right there. Another one right here. It may not come for that, but yeah, anyways, we have also another one right there. So these are points of interest that price can actually react back to. So if it does, and then it gets enough momentum, then probably we could see it break out from those breakouts, break through that support level, break out that support level right here. I don't know what is out here, just leave it. So that is clearly what I would be anticipating. So for now, this is really a no-go. The buys we wanted, this was supposed to go all the way up there to that TP. It hasn't. According to daily, we are supposed to be seeing a breakout, but now according to H4, we may not see this breakout until price reacts back to such levels. There's fair value gap here, which is a level that is having enough liquidity. So price may actually get back here before it goes into buys. It may first get back to such level. But for it to do that, it must first get some liquidity, some breakout from this support. So we need to first see the breakout, then we can know that we know price will eventually come to this order block, even break it and go to this fair value gap. So we still have some points of interest left back on this very asset. So let's wait and see what happens. All right, so now that we know that, let's now head over to V75. So this is also a no-go. You could wait for buys here to take you onto those points of interest, but really they are going to be short trades, but they can give you enough money. This is V25. It can easily give you enough money that you may that you may love. All right, so now that we know that, Just a minute. Okay, now that we know that, let's head over to V75 and we look at another asset. All these you can see since Monday. Actually, on Monday we made some money in the short trades we had, but from Tuesday to up to now, market has been slow, very slow, very slow. All right, V75. V75, clearly it's a no-go for us. Like I told you yesterday, it's a no-go. So it gave us a breakout on that support. It was an order block, actually went all the way down below, so it reached another level right there. You can see it, and clearly we can see it's trying to give us like a double bottom on H4. Why? Because we are oversold according to CCI. So now that we know that, we can go back to H1 and look at what is happening according to H1. H1 is still not ready for us to enter buys, neither is M15. So all we can do is we wait on probably H1. H4 is likely to give us that move, and clearly if it gives us that move, then you know that we will be anticipating a change of character right there, which will be good for us to anticipate that, and then another entry for us to head into buys. But until then, we are not having any trades apparently. Yeah, apparently we have no trades. This is our low, lower low, lower high. Anyway, one may say this is a change of character right here because of that, but it's a bit vague. It's a bit vague for us to consider. So yeah, not ready to risk right here. It's a good entry where we are because of the support and because of what we are seeing on H4, but price is still below our 10 MA. It's very crazy. On H1 still, on even M15, price is still up below our 10 MA. So that's not a good thing to find yourself looking for buys when price is below 10 MA. The only good thing we see here is it is on the support, but structure has changed. It can easily break out and continue selling because down below you still have another point of interest right here, so anything can happen. So instead of risking, you rather wait. So delete all that and let's wait. Yeah, let's wait for clear potential reversal that we can take advantage of. All right, that is V75. Let's head over to jump 50. These markets stuff, then so very bad. So jump 50. I don't know if those who are trading other assets, if they are experiencing the same thing we have right here. I'm not sure. Those who are trading, anyone who is trading probably V25, V10, V10-1S, V100, those ones who are trading those assets, can you let us know if you're having a low volatility, a low momentum in the market? What can you tell us? Because in as far as we're concerned here, the assets that we are trading, majority of them are very, very slow ever since this week started. All right, so jump 50. Let me get to know from you guys in the comments, whatever asset you're trading that is not part of what we have here. Let us know how the market is going on your side on that very asset. Let us know. So probably maybe it's the assets we are looking at that are very slow today. I mean, the whole of this week, probably. But if it is general, then we can't know. Jump 50. According to CCI, we are oversold. And it came to this order block of H4 right there. And surprisingly, we have ourselves a change of character right there. But first go to H1. Yeah, that's where we have a change of character. So I can easily delete everything right here. Delete. So we have ourselves a change of character right there, up there, according to H4. So that's a change of character. But is it ready to give us an entry? Is it ready to give us an entry? We still have an order block down below here on daily time frame. We still have that. We still have that order block right there. Price can easily come back to it. So where we are, I may not rush into looking for buys, because price can easily break out and continue to come all the way down to grab this liquidity on that daily order block, on this daily order block right here. It's right here. So for now, I would just wait. This is the order block I'm talking about. So for now, I will just wait. I will just wait, because V50 is a big asset. V50 is a big asset. When you are wrong on the entry, it can take a lot of money. Depending on the lot size or the leverage you use, you can find it worse when you are wrong on the entry on jump 50. So that's why I just take all precaution, knowing that I look for a clear entry. So for now, jump 50, I don't want to waste my time. I know it can easily come back to this order block. If it does dare come to there, I will not hesitate to make my entry right there. If it does dare go up. But if at all it fails on H4 and actually continues, if it continues up, then I will wait for a retest and then enter my buys. But if this retest I'm seeing currently, it's likely to come again all the way down to this order block, daily order block. It's likely to come all the way to the daily order block. So if you're on M15, clearly you'll see that sales, according to CCI, it is telling us we need to look at sales. We are overbought. It went to grab some liquidity on that fair value gap right there. Yep, on M15. On M15. So it can easily go back, continue with the sales to all the way down below. So we have to just be patient. Jump 25. Let's head over to jump 25. These markets are slow. It's just, I feel like I'm wasting time. The way they are, I feel like I'm wasting time. So this was one of the other assets that I had anticipated, but it went over my anticipation. Right, I wanted to make an entry right there when it comes to this level, but you can clearly see it came all the way down to grab it. Knew that people would be having their stop losses right here below that support, so it came all the way down to grab that liquidity pool that was down below there. So if I can go to H1, there was that order block, so one may say it actually wanted to use the order block on H1. as our point of interest, or as a point that price would react from, and that's what happened. So I can easily delete that, everything right here. And now what we needed, of course we needed the retest and then we enter, but it failed to react from there. It reacted from there, so that was a loss from my side. Yeah, right there. Actually it was supposed to be a break even, but just like, you know, jumps, when it jumps into your profits even. So it took me out right there. I had entered when it made this retest right here. It starts to the level I had wanted, and I made my entry when it made the retest right here to continue and actually give me a breakout. But it came back and took me out right there, and then went all the way back to the order block, and that's how it started. After reaching this level, look at how it was undecisive right here. It was very undecisive, so I had no entry to actually make another entry to continue with the buy, so I just left it alone, and eventually it went to where we had analyzed that it will reach this level right there. It reached that level and even continued in buy trend. So now let's look at today. What is happening today? So according to H4, price is above our 10 MA. What are we supposed to be looking for? Alright, so it's supposed to be looking for more buys according to daily time frame. Buys, actually sells on H4. Why sells? We'll look into it. We have a resistance up there, price has reached it, so according to H4 actually it should be aligning with the sales that we need on H4. So let's go to H1, look at H1. H1 is overbought, meaning sales can be anticipated. Going to M15, the momentum is low for us to engage in any entries, so we rather leave it for now. So take out this and wait for entries on H1 probably, because if we enter on H1 we are safe. If we enter on M15, anything can happen if we are wrong with the trend, so we rather wait for H1 to give us an entry, then we can take advantage of it. So for now we can only see that we are on the resistance, and meaning if you're on the resistance, then we are looking for sales. Sales to where? We have left some liquidity levels. There are fair value gaps right there. If we go to H1, we can actually see a lot. We have a lot down below here, so all those are levels that price can react back to. So we wait patiently until we see some sell entry on H1. So for now, this is going to be a no-go for me. Until I see a change of character on that very resistance level, then I can anticipate a sniper entry to enter this kind of sell to this very level. So I'll be waiting for any change of character on H1. That's when I will make my entry. I will not wait for it on M15. I'll just wait for H1. All right. Lastly, our last asset is Jump 10. Jump 10 reached our points of interest right there. What did we want yesterday? Okay, that happened to this. Of course, we wanted sales yesterday, so it first went up to grab liquidity on that support, and then went into sales again. Sales came where? Sales came to that fair value gap, grabbed liquidity on the fair value gap, went into buys again, tested where? Tested the same resistance, and immediately that's where enough momentum of sales began from. Let's go to H4. Yeah, and as we speak, we can see price is on that fair value gap. As we speak, that is an H4, and as we speak, even one may clearly see that price is reaching our retracement level of CCI, meaning we can anticipate buys from right there to push us right there. This was, take this to be a fake breakout according to H4. First, okay, before I delete anything, first go to daily. Daily we need sales, but then according to H4 and M15, let's first use H4. This was like a channel right here. Are you seeing that? That was like a channel right there. Right there. You can even have it like that, and it becomes like a descending triangle or something of sort. So, but let's take it to be a channel, a horizontal channel, right? So if we take it to be a horizontal channel, then you clearly know that price should be giving us such a move right there after the breakout, right? Or even right here if you can use that. Now this was accumulation, this was mitigation, or one can say manipulation, and now this should be the supply to reach that level as we close out the week, right? So if that's the case, we clearly see that H1 is oversold, meaning we need buys. It means we need buys. We have already grabbed liquidity on this H4 fair value gap. There is no more other point of interest that is not mitigated. This one right here was mitigated by this. So apparently it is the order block or this other fair value gap right here. This other fair value gap right there. And of course, if it comes to the fair value gap, then it may not reach the order block, or it can go through the fair value gap and touch the order block. So I will leave it there. So if we understand that, then we know that, and we are even seeing that H4 has reached our retracement level of CCI, then we can start to anticipate buys from such a level. So right now I'll be waiting for an entry of buys right here on M15 and H1. These buys will be taking me all the way up to that order block, which is a daily resistance. It's a daily resistance, not an order block. So it's gonna be a daily resistance, and then from there it's where we can start to anticipate sales to come back inside. All right, I think that's now very clear. Yeah, one may argue now and say, but Dan, we clearly see the price is below at 10 MA. What are you telling us? Anything can happen, anything can change. You want to see that H1 is oversold and it is on a liquidity level, which is a fair value gap on H4, meaning we can start to see buys from here taking us all the way up there. And if this has been a consolidation, yep, and it actually to happen and happens to be a clear, it is not a clear horizontal channel, yeah, but if if it happens to act as a horizontal channel right here where we are, then we will be anticipating price to this to be a fake breakout, just like we saw in jump 25, how we saw the fake breakout. Where was it? Where was the fake breakout? I can't recall where. Yeah, it was here. This was a fake breakout right here to reach all the way here. So and immediately started got into buys. So the same we will be anticipating right here. This was a fake breakout. Now we are starting buys. So we need to see an entry, probably a change of character on this level on M15 that will usher me into buys. And of course my stop loss I may not put stop loss, or I may put it all the way down below here, because if I put it near here, there is liquidity pull right here, because these guys will be seeing that most of the entries these guys are we are putting our stop losses just below that fair value gap, so they can push price to go through and try to take out that liquidity here. So you rather put it all the way like here, so that you be safe, or you don't even put. But I don't advise not putting. You rather put, or you rather wait for when it tries to give you a fake breakout, I mean a liquidity pull, or call it a stop hunt, and then you can anticipate that. If you can anticipate that and it happens, then you have your entry. Or do how I normally do it. I enter right here and then put a limit order down below and then wait. If it comes to try to take out my stop losses, it activates another entry, and then the buys that start, then they'll be mitigating the the losses, the floating losses will be already in on the first entry. That's sometimes what I do, and it somehow helps. So that's how JTM is, and that's how we can anticipate to trade it today. So all I need is a pullback, and actually not even a pullback. All I need is a change of character on M15, and then I get my entry for the buys. So this is the most likely move that I'm seeing today, and probably even on J25 if it gives us a change of character on H1. Yeah, this one right here, sales are still going on. It's what I'm seeing mostly. This one right here, until I see, oh sorry guys, we were on jump 10. That was our last trade. So let's do the recap and we call it a day. I had studied the recap before telling you guys. So let's do the recap and we call it a day. So reminder, we started May. If you still want to join the mentorship class, I can be truthful that this I haven't gotten anyone who is registering now as I speak for a class. So it means I have a space for those who want a one-on-one mentorship. But like I say, the one-on-one is costly. One-on-one is costly. If you're going to be looking for your own time, you can determine your own time and then you look into it. If you want me to determine my own time, then that will be $110. If you want to determine your own time, the time that works for you and the days, then apart from Sunday, I can't do anything on Sunday. Sunday is ministry time. So but the rest of the days you can say I want on this day and I want on the other day. Those ones I can give you apart from Sunday. Then that will be $300 if you're determining your own time and the days. If I'm determining my own time, that will be 110 days. I mean $110. So that is what it will be. That is all about mentorship program. If you want to learn trading, or if you know someone who wants to do that, then you better make them know. Those are the options to join the class. All right, let's do the recap and we move out of this place. So apparently crash 500, it is yeah, still selling. Yeah, still selling. Is that going to be a change of character? Let me see. Hopefully, let's see. Yeah, one may say it's a change of character. Yeah, one may say it's a change of character. So that means it's gonna do a pullback there to continue selling, probably. Or yeah, according to M15, it will be doing this. Yeah, probably, because I don't see any point of interest left back. That is not a valid order block. This is not there's no fair value gap here apart from here. Only. It's the only fair value gap I'm seeing right here. Then the rest we don't see. Maybe on H1 there is, not really. So means we are still looking for sales right here. Alright, so that is on Crash 500. Boom 1000, we have this change of character on M15, but I said it's better to wait for it on H1, so we rather wait for the change of character on H1 to be safe. Boom 500, yeah, something that I was talking about is happening. You can see the price is breaking out, continuing with the sell. This sell can eventually go all the way down below, and that's where I have my limit order. So I can wait and see if it happens. If that is going to happen. V25S, we need this, and then we can enter some sales. V25S, yeah. If we can have that, we have this support, so this support is still holding. So if we have a breakout or enough momentum to break out that, then we know that sales are going to continue. But as apparently we need to see these buys come in according to M15. V75, still a no-go because we're not sure of any structure. Yes, we are on that resistance, on support there, and we need to see if we can get some change of character. If we get a change of character right here on H4, then we know that we'll be getting into some buys. So until we get any change of character, there is no entry for us, so that's a no-go. Jump 50, same thing. If apparently we can say there is a change of character on H4, but price is still weird, it's still not ready to give us an entry, so we need an entry which can give us we need a structure which can clearly give us an entry. So right now this is not a clear structure that we can rely on. We have to wait a bit more. Jump 25, we know price is gonna come here, but we don't have an entry. We need a change of character on H1, not even M15. Yeah, we need it on H1, so we'll wait on H1. Lastly, jump 10 is clear buys, but it can easily give you a fake breakout right here, so we just have to be patient and wait. But we are going to clearly see buys to take us all the way up there. That's for sure. We're going to see that. All right, let me wish you guys a good day. A reminder, tomorrow, for those that joined, that are part of my mentorship program, that are in the group of the mentorship, we will be having our monthly review meeting, being the first Saturday of the month. Yeah, we will be meeting tomorrow at 3 p.m. So if you are here and you're part of the mentorship program, please be around. I'm going to share information in the group, and I will be doing that. Then today I was supposed to be doing it was supposed to be the last Friday of the month, where I do like the whole day trading, about 5-7 hours of trading. But due to the way the markets are, I don't think I'll be able to do it. I can do it. I can leave them running, and I'll be coming back to update. But really, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing something. Anyway, we are seeing jump 10 and jump 25, which are probably may give us some trades today. So I think we can do it. Let's do it. So I'm not going to end the stream. It's going to continue running, but I will be coming in every hour to update and update on how the markets are, how these assets are doing. So I'm not going to move out, and probably if the power goes, but I'm going to keep this stream is going to keep on till 4 p.m. I will close it at 4, not 5. I will close it at 4 p.m. Those are how many hours? Yeah, 4:30. I'll do 4:30 so that we have exact hours. We started at 10:30, so I'll be closing at 4:30. Yeah, so we'll be streaming till 4:30 and see if we'll be able to get some moves. Let me wish you guys a good day. But this stream is still going on, so you can still choose to come around every other hour, or you can still keep around if you have enough data. Stream all the way and keep waiting for the updates. I wish you guys a good day. See you Monday. Those who are going off, see you Monday. Hopefully, now that a new month has started, we will be able to see some good moves, hopefully by next week, and make some good money out of the market. Another reminder, just to remind you that the Signal group is available, the Signal platform is available. So if you want to enroll or subscribe to the platform, you know what to do. The number, let me share the number right now, or you guys already have my number, WhatsApp number. You can WhatsApp me, but still, let me share the WhatsApp number right here so that you can WhatsApp me if you really want to join the VIP Signals platform. You can join it. It's only at $15 per month. If you want to do the whole year, meaning from May of this month to April of next year, then you are able to pay. You can easily pay $150. That is for the whole of for 1 year, 12 months. That means you have a discount of $30. It should be $180, but you get a discount. If you're paying a 1 full year, you get a discount and you pay $150. All right, I'm off, but I'm going to be off on the mic, but the rest of the stream is going to keep on. I'll be coming back every other, probably 30 minutes, 1 hour, to give an update on what's going on in the chats. All right, let me wish you guys a good day. See you. All right, now we are back to this into BTC analysis. I hope you guys are now ready for the update. Like I said, today we are streaming non-stop all the way to 4:30 p.m. So those who know math, you know how many hours we're going to stream for. About 5 hours, I believe. So yeah, so we will be streaming till 5 p.m. Till 4:30 p.m. East African time. So right about now, we should be into the BTC analysis. This is the time of BTC analysis, so we won't waste any more time, but we will be heading into VIP. So let's do that. Let's head into BTC analysis. All right, so BTC, the previous time, which that is on Tuesday, we looked at it, and we were waiting for price to reach that level, that TP level right there. I just want to remember why I had said we will be getting there. Let's look at the analysis. Oh yes, yeah, that is the analysis right there on M15. This was the reason. This was the reason right here. That was the reason right there. All this was what ushered us into what we saw right there. So we got consolidation, fake breakout, and that was the move. So if I can push this a bit here, where yes, right there, this right here will be matching with exactly this. You can see there, this was the reason why we anticipated price to get up there. So it reached the TP level, and exactly this is where we saw. Those who remember, if you missed the analysis of Tuesday, please go back and check the analysis on Tuesday for BTC. You'll be able to see how I told you that price will be getting back into 96, 97, and clearly you can see price has reached that level. It reached this week. Actually, that was yesterday, is when we saw price reaching back to 97k. So as far as we speak, price is at 96k. We want to look at what is happening. All right, so I can delete everything right there. We have a break of structure according to H1. According to H4, we have a break of structure too, but then there's some liquidity on this fair value gap left here on H4. There's that fair value gap right there left on H4. So one may anticipate pullback to this fair value gap, and then continuation of the buy. Although we can clearly see that the buys are having a low momentum, that is clearly seen right here. According to H4, you can see the candles of H4 right here, how they've been behaving. It's been they've been having a low momentum, and as we speak, for us to see more buys continue, we will have to see price react back to this level. But if it does that, then we'll be anticipating a change of character right there. If it does that, why do we say that will be a change of character? This is a previous higher high. This was a high there. It failed to take out that previous higher high to give us a new higher high. So this high gave us this higher low, and then went here to give us a high. So if price comes and breaks this level, that means we'll be having a change of character. That means one will be anticipating some sells, meaning we can easily even see pullbacks all the way back to such levels where we left liquidity on this fair value gap. This fair value gap, we have a lot actually. If I can go all the way back to daily time frame, this is where we see the most of it. The level here, this is where we see a lot of a big gap there, which is a fair value gap. that we cannot actually anticipate for a return. So this is the most likely level price is going to react back to, as long as this change of character we are anticipating on H4 comes through. All right, so that is on BTC. I believe you guys know the BTC. We don't normally spend a lot of time on it when we are analyzing, because it is that very clear. It doesn't have a lot of this and that to waste a lot on it. So it is one asset, and we quickly get to understand its move, and we can easily anticipate and we'll be ready for the next move. So for now, if I can head back to H1, H4, we know we are anticipating this kind of change of character right there. If it happens, H1 will be anticipating the same. Yeah, H1 will be anticipating the same. So if we see price breakdown, in fact, this fair value gap that I was talking about on H4, it may be gone through, and it may actually go all the way back to this fair value gap, like I told you guys. So when we go back to H1, this fair value gap right here may not actually be of help. We may not do anything much. The one that we know is going to give us what we need is this one right here, when price reacts back all the way to this other level. So I'm going to just leave this for formality, but it's likely not to be respected right now. Why? Because according to H1, this is where we see the fair value gap, and it's even below the breakout structure, so this is likely not to be respected. So I may as well delete it and just wait for pullback, and just wait for, actually according to H1, probably I may use it for this purpose. I may just use it for this purpose, this fair value gap. That will be like this pullback, this move, then pullback, then continuation of sales, So that is clearly what I can easily anticipate, and that's what I can easily anticipate right there. So for now, if I go to MH1, that is something I'm currently seeing. If I go to M15, on the other hand, if I go to M15, we look at it. So right here on M15, I may say on M15 we are consolidating, but we actually saw the change of character right there. That's where we saw the change of character on M15, and price came down with low momentum, went back. So according to H1, that's when we saw a new high. It's not a higher high, but just a high, because this is a higher high and this failed to take it out, so that means it's just a high, and this is our our higher low here, and now we need a new low to take out to give us a lower low right here, so that we have a reversal. So that's something I'll be anticipating today, probably, or tomorrow, we never know. But as far as BTC is concerned, we are likely to see some sales. Now, this is only going to be dependent on whether price will actually fail to break out this high. If price fails to break out on that high, to give us a breakout on that high, that will be a break of structure right there, then we will still see this sell. So if price fails to break this high and continue with the buys, then we will see the sells. So I can easily delete all this. We no longer need it. Even this, I can delete it, and we remain with this move. It is only dependent on if price breaks this lower high, I mean a higher low here, and then if price breaks that lower high, that's when we will start to anticipate reversal. So if we don't see anything like that, that means we won't be anticipating any reversal. That means price will still be either consolidating within this area, or will either break out the previous high there and give us a break of structure to actually continue with the uptrend. All right. But as we've seen, according to H4, we have that fair value gap left. It is the same on daily time frame, so price is likely to retest and react all the way to that fair value gap. But currently, we cannot say that it's coming now until we have a change of character to confirm the reversal. All right, I think that is enough on BTC. We can now do we can go and we can check now on the rest of the assets. Those who trade with us on synthetic indices, I told you that I will first analyze BTC and then give you an update on the rest of the assets, just like we analyzed early morning, so that we can be on the same page. We see what is likely to come around, what is not likely to come around. So starting with Crash 500 is still playing within here. I had marked that area to be my other entry, but I'm already having 2 entries, so I don't want to overtrade. So clearly it's not yet ready to give us that entry. We'll see about that. If it comes and breaks this level, that means it's not ready to give us the entry, but it's likely to reverse from where we are and give us this kind of breakout right now. So if it breaks this level right here, then we know price is gonna be coming all the way down below. So this move that I had put, it's what I'll be anticipating right here. So I can delete this and have this move right there. That's what I'll be anticipating on Crash 500. So apparently that is on M5, so M15 should be giving me that kind of entry right about there. Perfect. So I will leave it at M5. Go to Boom 1000. Boom 1000, I'm waiting. I wanted that sell. I'm waiting for the sell. This sell is going to be bringing me back to such levels, and I was still skeptical whether I should enter now or later, but according to what I'm seeing, price is being held. If I see another pullback, I think I'll be entering my sells. I'll be entering sell entry right here to push price all the way down below. Yeah, price has now started to go below 10 MA, which is a good thing on M15. So that means if I get any pullback on M5 or M1, then that will be my good entry to enter sales and bring them all the way down below. So that is how I'm going. This is going to be like a scalping kind of trade with Boom 1000. So we have to be precise, and it has to be like a sniper entry for it. Boom 500, eventually it broke out of that kind of pattern, and now I was waiting for when it starts to get into sales again. Yeah, because we need this kind of move to come to this other fair value gap. So I'm waiting to see if it will actually give me an entry to continue selling this asset. So I'm waiting. Yeah, probably on prime price gets to this line right there on M5, just down below there in CCI, then I'll be looking for such a trade. But before I go actually to look for that, if I use my smart money concept and the price action, clearly you will see that this is a change of character. Why? This is a previous lower low. Price came to try to look for a high, a new lower low failed, and now we got that kind of a breakout. That was a change of character. Came to test the fair value gap right here, came to test the fair value gap and started to get into buys again. So that is now where it becomes tricky for anyone to say we are looking for sales. And now this becomes buys because that is a reversal. So if that is a reversal, that means price will continue inside this very pattern. Let me go to M15. M15, it will be actually supporting what we have right there. It means right there price came to this order block, and now it is a support, and now it is a support right there. And now that it is a support, that's why the buys are starting from there. So I can easily delete this fair value gap and remain with that support area, where we've seen the buy start from right there. And clearly, just as you can see, price is above our 10 MA. So all I need is to confirm the same on H1. H1 is not yet, so if I confirm that on H1, I will be having no off. It has even moved. Price has now gone above our 10 MA on H1. That means we are going to be entering buys on boom 500 very soon. All I need is now a retest or a confirmation on H1. That will be my buy entry to take me all the way back up there. All right, so that is enough on boom 500. The buys are on. We may not see it come all the way back to this order block, fair value gap, and I want to understand the reason why. Let me understand the reason why this is a low, that is a high, and clearly that would be between 61.8 and 50. So it's likely not to get all the way back here. Yeah, I think that's it. That's the very reason why price is likely not to be seen going all the way up. All the way down below. All right, that is enough. So I'll be waiting on my entry on probably M15. If I get another retest, that's how I'm gonna be entering my buy trade. Yeah. So today we are looking at buys. This is a more likely to happen trade than the rest of these other ones that we've seen. All right. So now let's head over to V25S. I wanted a pullback, it did not happen. Actually, we got a breakout, so all I need is now a retest. But then this TP is very near. We have another one right here, so we'll take whatever the market gives us. Also, for now, I want to delete that and bring this one right here. I think that's it on V25S. V75 on the other hand, we've seen another change of character right there on M15. So this clearly tells us that prices seriously wants to continue with buys. Seriously wants to continue with buys. So this was like, not really, I won't use that. I will just wait for a retest, a clear retest, and then I can enter my buys. This is a clear indication that price is now looking for buys. Yeah. Jump 50. Jump 50 has also finally broken out on that level, so it's trying to give us a change of character. but it's not yet. It's being held up by this fair value gap right there. So until then, it's a no-go for us. We can't waste time on it. Jump 25, we are waiting for that. We wanted a change of character on H1, and I'll be waiting for that like as a confirmation, so that we can later on enter sales. So for now, that's a no-go for me. Jump 25 still is having low momentum. I can't make any entries, and I don't have any confirmed entry. Lastly is jump 10. It is sort of giving us a structure. It is sort of giving us a structure right there, which is like a flag. It's a structure like a flag, or a pattern like a flag, if you want to say that. So if it is a flag, then you know what we know. Then you know that price is likely to continue with this kind of sell move right about there. It's likely to continue with that kind of sell move. So let me go to M15, confirm that. I'm in H1. Confirmation is not clear there. We are at a support level, but down below we have that the order block. So if I go to H4, I will clearly see that price is likely to come all the way to this order block. So I won't be forcing any change of character on M15 right here. I will be waiting for a clear breakout to continue with the sale according to what I've just seen and what I've just shared with you. All right, I think that's very good now. I think we are now ready to understand which other assets. So I sometimes trade jump 100, so that I'm not going to share it. I sometimes trade jump 100, that's why you can see I have it there. So with BTC, just as I wrap it up with BTC, we will wait. With BTC, we will wait. I still have a long way, so we will wait. So let's go back to Crash. Crash has broken out there, so it's likely to continue with buys than sells. Yeah, it's likely to continue with buys than sells. All right. So right now I'll just leave it and wait for it. If it hits my stop loss, then I'm lucky me, and I'll be out. Boom 1000 is now doing exactly what we wanted. All I need is a pullback. All I need is one pullback, and I'll be entering this asset. Yeah, and I'll be entering that asset with sales. Boom 500. Yeah, it has touched the trend line again, and somehow the retracement has started according to M5 and M1. According to M5 and H1. Yeah, we'll be looking at that kind of a move according to M15. That kind of sell. We'll wait. But remember that price is above our 10 MA, so it gives an advantage to the buys than the sells. But nevertheless, the market decides, not the signals. This V25, we had a breakout, so entry would be just a retest right there, and then a sell. V75, like I've said, We've seen a change of character on M1, on M15, but then it's still a bit tricky for us to look for buys. All we need will be just a retracement on M15. The rest, I believe, the rest of the time frames are still tricky. Jump 50, you can see what is happening. This fair value gap, which is becoming a resistance, is still holding up, so still a no-go for us. Same as jump 25, we need to see more of this so that we can now engage. We need to see a breakout or a clear push into sales. So right now we can't say anything. Price is still neutral. It's not below 10 MA. It's not above 10 MA. So we'll leave that at that. It's nothing we can do about it. According to this V10, jump 10, we've seen a breakout, so all we need is to continue with it all the way down below. That's where our first TP is. This is where we have our second TP is, and I believe so on and so forth. So for now, what do we do on jump 10? Jump 10, probably we could, sometimes it doesn't give us a retest, so probably we could look for a retest. Yeah, we'll be waiting for probably a retest. If it fails, then we'll be unlucky to enter the trade. The retest is right about there. The retest is right about there. So that's what I'll be waiting for. That's what I'll be waiting for. If you happen to even get one candle of M15 as a retest, I believe that will be my sell entry without a doubt. Right, I think that's it for today. I'll be back now again on to do the update again at 2:30. Yeah, at 2:30 I'll be back to give another retest. Another update, and then we'll be still updating again 3:30, and then lastly 4:30. That's how we're going to do it. Happy trading. Keep around, because I'll be back again to give another update. Don't touch your dial. We are still together the whole of today till 4:30. That's when I'll be stopping the stream and calling it a day. Happy trading, guys. All right. So sorry guys, I got busy and I couldn't continue doing the 1 hour, but all right, let's look at what's happening. Let's look at what's remaining right here. So according to Crash 500, it went all the way back to that order block, which is on H1 H4, and clearly now we are overbought according to what we see right there. It means their sales are going to start in full swing probably, and then we can start to enter some sales. So right now I will be waiting for a pullback. I'll be waiting for a pullback. When I get a pullback right here, probably within this fair value gap right there, I'll be within that fair value gap. So if I get one like that, but I also have this other fair value gap right here, so I'll be looking for such levels to get my retest and I make that entry. Yeah, so for now I have it took me out, of course, on the sell entries that I had. After taking me out, this is where it took me out from. Here, went to went up all the way up there, and then we started to sell. So right about now I'll be waiting for a retest so that I can enter sales, once again. Yeah, so for now that is that's going to be what I'll be waiting for on this Crash 500. Let's go to Boom 1000. Boom 1000, I was waiting for price to come back to this level. Now it has come back. Probably we may see some buys. Let's hope so. We couldn't get that sell retest that we needed. It actually sold consistently without doing any retest, so we missed this. I couldn't enter it because of how it normally happens, how the spikes normally happen. Boom 500. We told I had an entry right here, right there. Price went up there and took us out, and then started to sell again, and right now you can see it has come back to that level. So I can't do anything on it. Price is still below our 10 MA, which means we are still selling. We may continue selling all the way down here, so we just wait. V25, it's still slow, so nothing to do there. On the other hand, V75, it was buying, now it has given us a double. It has given us a double top, so we can look at sales according to M15, but according to M5 we don't have an entry, so we rather wait for the sales. Jump 50 has decided to break out and continue right there, so we will be waiting for a pullback for us to engage into buys, and this is going to give us some good money. So I clearly see that it has left some fair value gap right here, so I can easily delete this. Yeah, it has given us that right there. I wanted a pullback to come and touch this other level. It failed, but we can see why it stopped at yesterday. So today we will be looking for buys. Now according to M15, we've reached that level. It seemingly showing us that we need to look into selling it. Probably that means it will be coming all the way back to such fair value gaps right there, and that's where we can anticipate more buy entries. more buy entries. So we'll be waiting for that. If it gives it to us, then we'll be ready to make this money. Remember, according to H4, we are still within this. Rising wedge, and hopefully this time we could see price head back into buys and continue with actually the buys. So all we need now, we need a retest. We need a retest that will usher us into buys. So that's what we're going to do. We will enter the sell. Probably we may enter, or we may wait for the buys. If we are lucky, we can even enter the sell. According to jump 25, wow, this is still a no-go. It first broke out, went up, and then came down again. Now price is below our 10 MA, but still the momentum is low, so I can't do anything. If I go to H1, there's that kind of resist support right here. It's holding price right there, so we can easily wait for this to be taken out, or to see a breakout on that support. It's a weak support, but it's seemingly becoming stronger due to these levels that we've seen, but it's gonna be taken out in a very short time. Once it is taken out, we know we'll be entering sales, probably to bring us back into this level. So I can easily now delete this and that. Just wait for sales to come around on M15. Then lastly is jump 10. No, second last I'm going to look into also BTC, but second last is jump 10. It came to that order block, and clearly we see that now we have started to see some oh, that is like a double bottom according to M15. All we need is to see a change of character, and then we can wait for an entry. Right here price is above our 10 MA. According to H1, it's not yet above our 10 MA, so we might have to wait until it gets above our 10 MA. Lastly is BTC. We need price to come around here to break out, and then we can continue with the buy in the sells. Now it has gone back to the resistance level up there, so we will see about that, whether we will see some momentum of sales coming in later, but as we speak it is still within such parameters. So we have such as our highs, as our lows down below right here. That's what we have as our lows, but anything can happen. We know that anything can happen in this kind of market that is highly volatile. Anything can happen. We will be waiting until we get a proper entry. So for now, I may say we've not been able to get clean entries. We've not been able to get clean entry. I can decide to enter this V75 where it is for the sales, but I will be sort of that will be sort of a retest. Why? Because according to what we have on H1 and H4, we need to look into buys. So the general trend is a buy according to on this very asset of V75. So we can wait and then we look for entries. So I'm gonna wait for an entry for this sale. Yeah, it's gonna give us some good money. Boom 500, it's still continuing, having taken us out the very first time. That was tricky, and I'm just pissed because it took us out and then it went into the right direction. Took us out and it went into the exact direction that we needed. So that is how tricky the market has been. Now the retest on this asset has started on Crash 500. We need a retest right there so we can enter sales. So let's wait and see how the retest will come around. Let's wait and see for the retest. I think that's it for today. We've basically missed a lot. This boom 1000 sell was a good one. We missed it. So that was too bad for us. That was too bad. Alright, right now according to this boom 1000 we are going to see some buys, and if we get an entry that means I'll be sharing it, but I'm looking at some buys coming around. I'm looking at some buys coming right here, so I'll be waiting when we get an entry and I'll be sharing it. So but as of now there's nothing that I can do right now. I'll be waiting for that signal. I'm just still pissed about boom 500. Just pissed. It's just continuing to sell and sell, having taken us out. Just anyways, what is gone, so I can't cry for what I've already lost. I've already lost money right there, and it is now moving all the way into sales, straight into sales, and it's gonna come around this level so we can enter buys from there. So let me wait and see what will come around. Wait and see. Alright, I think that's it. I wish you guys a good day and a good weekend. Happy May. Please make sure that you trade responsibly. If you get a losing streak, know that it's not the end of trading. Know that we can always recover. Yeah, we can always do the recovery. We can always recover. So right now I hope we can get some money. I'm looking at how we will be making money for the weekend. So retest right there. So this should be a sell for us. That is on V75M15. And I'll be looking at it coming all the way here. Alright, I think that's it for today. I wish you guys a good day, good weekend. See you on Monday. Let's catch up on Monday and we see how we can make this money in this very month. Today has been that one of the days that it was a messy one. I'm just looking at this Boom 500 trade. I'm just wishing that I wish I had stayed in and I didn't put a stop loss. Yeah. Anyways, it has happened. So let me wait for a new week and look at how I'll be making that money. See you guys on Monday.